All right, we should be live. All right, so last time we were working on attacks. And if we compile and run, this is where we were. We have stats, we have movement, we have attack ranges, we have placeholder animations that represent the time duration. Okay, we need to shut off movement during animations. The timer continues. Yeah, and resource generation continues only for the opponent. Okay. Okay. So I don't think we've set up any scripts yet, right? Function script one. So we'll need to make some sort of function here for attacks. Let's look at what we have for now. So currently this is tied to some of our objects. It hit, so we have a hit check. Yeah, so a lot of this code here, we want to integrate it into a function. We want to take this out of now the hard coding here and move it away. We can handle the distance qualifiers here still. That's not so bad. Yeah, we don't have a damage calc done yet. Or an accuracy calc. We just have the dice rolls. Okay. I think I'm just gonna... Let's grab all this. Take this to the script. Well, let's just bury it in here, I guess, for now. Let's look at the... Look at how functions are defined in GameMaker. Script functions. Function name, parameter 1, etc. Statements. Speed, direction. So if we want to take in... attacker, attack... Did I define the names for these? What I did. What did I call these? What did I call my attributes? I don't even remember. Dam, defense, accuracy, and evasion. Okay. Attacker damage, attacker defense. Defender. Defense. I don't need the attacker defense. This just is... Yeah. So, how do we want to pipe in the attack info? So right now we get them from name 2, which is string.replace name. So if we pipe name 2 in here, that's fine. Pack name. The attack name after trimming. So these attack names live here in this attack dictionary object currently, which is probably a placeholder for some sort of other data structure. Yeah, we define all these, we shove them in global.attacks. So we can query everything just based off the name without spaces. Perfect. Don't need necessarily the enemy HP. Yeah, so I think the best thing to do actually is probably just to like literally move all this. Okay, but I want this to be the same function that the AI can call, because we don't want to do 2 versions of the damage calc, because that's just pointless. So animation time, increase the attack animation, that makes sense. Generating the hit value makes sense. Right, okay, but the problem here is the distance checking. We don't want the distance checking to be inside of this, so we don't want to take this whole thing and port it over. So currently, yeah, so this is currently done in a way that's kind of silly, because we're generating like a hit value whenever you click a button, irrespective of whether or not it's actually valid. Let's take this. So this is definitely... Yeah, this stuff here. Wait. The animation time happens irrespective of if it's valid. True. Okay, yeah, that's dumb. that was just placeholder shit anyway, basically. So this should be inside the attack function. We'll clear it out here in this placeholder area. And then the distance checks we're not going to do. If distance, if range, we can keep this outside. Global PC stam. So this is tied to the player button. Yeah, so we'll have a separate AI check, so this can stay. If range and if stamina. I mean, I could handle the stamina subtraction. I could leave that here. I don't see currently any reason why that needs to be inside. So basically, I think we replaced this if statement. This is what we put inside the attack function, and then we go from there to expand it out actually to do other stuff. And then I guess we do who the attacker is and who the defender is. If attacker. We don't need attacker and defender because one is implied by the other. Yeah. Sure. This is fine. We'll put the HP check in here too. Okay, that should be all we have to do. Call this resolve attack, I guess. Yeah, so name 2 is still useful here. So let's see. We should be killing this, 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 this. Meanwhile, yeah, so let's just kill this. This is just name 2. Sure. Okay. Generating name 2. Resolve attack. Placeholder. Name 2. Player. Okay, so this is the shortest range attack. So this should be functionally identical. Okay, did damage. Okay, now if it... Okay, currently doesn't animate. Wait, now that crashed. Oh, because we cleared the animation shit. Oh, we cleared a hit. Yeah, okay. Yep. Okay. Crash makes sense. Crash is great because there means we're doing it correctly. Okay, we do that. I guess we'll remove this extra, go back to room check, just in case it comes up as being relevant at some point. Like if it causes any conflict. So in the script, let's look at this again then. So we got the attacker stat, defender stat, who's attacking, move name, hits generated, animations played only if only if it reaches here, which is great. Okay. So, next question. What is so if we go here, I was doing global.pc attacking equals true. Where is that set to false? Under the attack animation? Yes. So when the animation finishes, hey Enzo, how's it going? When the animation finishes, then the attacking flag ends. So all we need to do here is make it so that we don't move when the attack animation is playing, which we can do by going to the player object. Key press D. Direction 180, speed is unit speed. Direction 0, speed is unit speed. If X, yeah. Speed 0, speed 0. So that shouldn't matter. This shouldn't matter. We'll need to change the key press down, not the key press up. So we do if X, blah, 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 and if... Shoot, what was it called? I forgot. Global.pc attacking. And not... Yeah, okay. So GameMaker presumably can handle this logic, right? And if not, why is if flagged in red? Unexpected if statement and not... Oh, because it doesn't need the if. If this and not that, yes. Duh. So, now when the attack animation plays, I should cease to move. That is not true. Right, so the movement... Okay, so yeah, I get why it's not true. So I can't start moving during the animation now. That works. But if I'm moving prior to the animation, I continue to move. So that needs to be fixed. So to fix that, what's the best way to do that? Under step? I think so. Yeah, I think we just do... Um, if player attacking speed is 0? Okay, so that stops us moving, but then yeah, we do have to like hit a key to move afterwards. So there is like sort of a penalty to this. This might be good enough for now. This is the kind of thing I can like iron out later. Because it would be nice to start moving again without having to re-hit the key. But I can think about that. Uh, okay, I got a work thing to deal with real quick. Probably be dealing with a few work things here and there because I got messages coming in, so I'll have to pause and think about things occasionally that aren't this programming. You built your own Jurassic World on the entire island. Nice. Or the entire island of Jurassic World, rather, I assume. In JWE or in like Minecraft or something. Okay, so yeah, we'll leave this alone. This is good enough. So let's go back to the attack script. So in the attack script, we want to actually implement a damage calculation, at least a simple like placeholder one. So I guess the first thing we got to do is get that information passed to the attacks. So yeah, let's see here. So we're getting it from here. Where do we store that information internally? That's on the lobby. Lobby layout. Global.pc. Okay, so this is where the player statistics are. Let me write this down. Global.pc. And JW2, okay. Yeah, so that's essentially what I'm also doing at this moment. Although I'm not going to necessarily do the whole island because I'm more concerned about the functional parts of the island, and I don't want to deal with trying to get a border, ocean border around the main landmass. Um, okay. So yeah, currently this would just be, how did I define the actual sub-attributes? Just dam and def. pc.dam, n.def. Okay, enemy defense, attackers damage. Oh, we also need like because we moved the accuracy check internally, we actually need accuracy. pc.ac. Okay. So all that's being piped through. Let's just do this. Okay, attacker accuracy, defender evasion. Okay, so what we want to do, that gets the attack hit, that gets the damage. So let's see here. For a basic damage calc and a basic hit calc, let's define hit chance. Let's do this. Oops. Yeah. So there's whatever the base hit value is. So if it's 70%, the hit chance is 70. Then the dice roll has to be below 70 for the hit to be confirmed. So if we want to modulate the hit chance by the accuracy and evasion, my plan for this is to do... We'll take the accuracy stat divided by 100? Wait. Yeah. No, 10. If it caps at... No, it should be 100. Yeah. Yep, okay. I thinking about this wrong before. I gotta make sure it makes sense to me. Oops. Okay, so if we have a very high accuracy, like if our accuracy is 10 times higher, square that, that'd be really high. Yeah. So I probably don't want to square this. We just do it like that for a base accuracy check until we make adjustments. So if the attacker has 100 evasion and you have 200 accuracy, this is a mediocre 2% hit boost, which is pretty bad. Huh. So for this to be worthwhile, you need like, let's just square it. Let's just fuck around. This doesn't have, this is not set in stone. This just needs to be, I assume you do that? No. The carrot? Okay. I could just also do times two times two. Rather than try to check the syntax for squaring it. Who cares? It's not important. Um, so for our demo here, these don't matter. Essentially, the accuracy and evasion stats being so similar has minimal effect, which I'm not sure how I feel about that. I think it's bad. So we're attacking with a 90 accuracy into a guy with 90 evasion. That's a complete wash. Same in the other direction, which is funny. Yeah, I mean, currently with the placeholder stats we have, they don't make any difference anyway. Let's drop this by 10. Boost this by 10. That way at least they're different. Let's do that. An 80 on a 90. 100 on a 100, sure. Okay. So if you're an 80 attacking into a 90, it's 8 ninths. I mean, the divided by 100 doesn't matter. That's just for ways to think about it. That's just for the purpose of scaling it. So it's useful when I'm looking at calcs, but it doesn't actually serve a purpose in the formula. So there's no point in putting that in there, actually. Yeah. So here's the problem. If the evasion is very high, this doesn't actually penalize you. No, I don't like this. I like this formula. It works good from an attack angle of hitting, but defensively speaking, this is rubbish. What about... Okay, hold on. I did some thinking about formulas before the stream, but clearly not enough because this is rubbish. I have more of an idea on what I want to do with the damage calc for the basic starter damage calc, but yeah. Okay, so if hit is say 50%, we have an accuracy of 80. So right now this would be for like a 50% hit chance with the Carno. This would be 50 plus 0.8 over 0.9, which is not. Okay, that might be okay, actually. No. No, wait. We need some... One? We add a 1 to the denominator? No, because then if the stat is equal, it's still cutting your accuracy by a substantial chunk. Shit. Hmm. I'll be right back. We're getting in the weeds on this calc. Because ultimately if everything is even, it should just be the base accuracy. Right? So this starting point is correct. Essentially. Do we just do... I can just times it. We can just times it by the differential, which is not actually a good final formula, but works as a placeholder. So for the Carno, it would be 8/9 of your base accuracy, which is fine. I mean, maybe that's fine in general. If you double the accuracy over the defender, then you have double the base hit chance. So for an accurate move, it very quickly scales to 100%. But for an inaccurate move, you might need 3x hit chance. That might not be the worst. How do we what do we define our attacks accuracy ranges? Base hit percent, 100%, but that's not a damage move. 70. I think we did like 40 to 70 or something. Ah, this one's 80. Okay, 2 in the weeds. Doesn't matter. This is not important. I'm getting too hung up on calcs that at the end of the day, as long as there's a calc, we can always come back here or just change the line of code to be something better for like the full like depth of the game. So this is fine. We're done. Hit chance it works. So for damage calcs, minus equals the attack damage value. So we just want to do this. Actually, let's do it like this. Just separate it into lines so there's not as much going on visually. It doesn't get as cluttered. Damage plus the differential of attacker dam over defender. Yeah. Wait, no, that's not right. That is what I wrote down here, but that's not the right thing either. Oh, because this is not. Yeah. This is. Sorry. This is modulating the attacker damage value inside here. This shows up twice. The thing I was looking at my notes is not the attacker damage stat. It's the attacker damage stat times base damage. And then base damage is added on again after the defense changes that value. Yeah. Okay. Great. So just make sure there's no math errors. There is. What are we missing? Mouse event, resolve, attack. Variable unknown object dot attacker EVA. Attacker EVA. Okay. Defender EVA. Whoops. Yeah, okay. Did a bunch of damage. Oh, we should also disable the enemy moving during animations. And we need to round damage to a integer. Okay, integer damage, yes. Next, we want to do the enemy. So the enemy is choosing to move here. So I think we can just literally add speed 0 if animating. Global.pc attacking. Speed equals 0. Okay, but then its speed doesn't change. Yes. If else. Oh, do I not need that worked? Do I not need the brackets if I'm just doing a single thing? Because I just accidentally didn't include them, but apparently that's fine. Does that work? Wait, is that legal GameMaker syntax? Is that All right, shit, that works flawlessly. All right, cool. Integer HP. He only moves when the attack animation's not being played. Perfect. Okay. Huh. I... Huh. Why did I... Why was I convinced I needed the brackets? I'm gonna read up on this. And possibly I was just taking the literal stuff too seriously. Hmm. Okay, well, fine. Fine. Great, everything's fine. Next task. So accuracy checks. So what would be great? Some damage randomization. So let's add that. 80 to 100%, I would say. Actually, this doesn't need to be integerized. Also, the integerization here of hit chance is also not important anymore because of how this code works. Hit 1, hit chance. No. Yeah. No, we should integerize it, but we should also hit 2. No, this is fine. This doesn't need to change. Yeah. This should function like a 0 to 100 die roll, which is why we want to integerize it here. The hit chance itself doesn't need to be integerized. It can be left alone. It doesn't matter. We might want to make it an integer at some point, just cause, but since these are like these are not finalized functionality. Like the code, the math in the code is not finalized. Then we don't need to worry about whether or not it's an integer because it just doesn't matter. It'll be rewritten at some point probably. So this should be 80 to 100. Oops. Or I guess 0.8 to 1. Because then we don't need to divide it out. So damage randomizer. Integer of damrand star ddam. We can get rid of the 1. So now damage is pseudo randomized. So if we do a kick, 9, that did 20. That one did 17. Perfect. Okay, randomized damage, damage calcs, accuracy calcs, crits. So we need the crit chance. which is global name. This is like crit or whatever. Yeah. Okay, so let's focus on getting all the basic attack functions added. Let's do that. I was thinking about other things to work on here, but let's get everything except for the status effects sorted out. So we need crit chance, which is just crit. Effect and scale and duration weight. Move. We need move, crit move. Cost is resolve. We need cooldowns. Range. We need drain. So yeah, we're going to implement drain, cooldowns, moves, and crits. But then we're going to work on tooltips. Damage accuracy feedback. Miss hit and damage numbers. And then we'll worry about the additional effects after those things are implemented. So that's the crit chance. We need a crit integer crit chance value. Boom, boom, boom. Let's do crit mod equals 1, and then we do here. Actually, this doesn't need to be internal. This can be yeah, let's just do this here. If let's see. No, if crits 2 less than crit chance, crit mod equals 2. 1.5 times crit, 2 times crit. 2 is pretty spicy. 1.5 maybe. I'm probably just going to bracket this because I'm getting used to it. Can we, like, do this in one line? Does GameMaker accept that? Like, can I do this? Like, is that valid syntax? It's not throwing any obvious error here in the interpreter. Okay, so if we get the low value, well, yeah, this is floored, right? Yeah, should be. So hit chance of 1, you get a 0, that's your 1%. So this is, put a little comment in here in case it's not. So if we get a randomized, we roll a 0, and crit chance is a 1, that should be a crit. Yep. Just test it to make sure that if statement context is not invalid. Okay. Yeah, apparently that syntax seems to work. That's cleaner. I like that more, I think. Is there an example like that in the if check? Like the if examples? Hmm. It's good to have those put parentheses around the expression and curly brackets around the statements in the if. Otherwise, only the first statement will be executed and take a new line block for each statement. For example, this will work all in one line, plain text, but this is better if thing, thing, else thing. No ambiguity in the code will compile correctly on all platforms at all times. Okay, so yeah, there might be some little hiccups that could happen here if we do get sloppy. So I think it's best to just get in the habit of doing this. I guess the next question is these multi-line brackets. Do they mean these are important too? Okay. Well, fine. Yeah, let's not generate bad habits, or we don't need to be generating bad habits. Okay. Cool. Okay. Crit chance works. Move. So if okay, let's go down here. Let's do move value equals this. If move greater than 0, how do I okay, let's look at this. Disto. So we are defining this thing here called disto. Disto is coming from enemy.x, player.x. A difference of 100 is a difference in range. So if I want to move, so it's 100 times move. Zero is here. If I'm at 0, the enemy's at 100. Distance is 100. Move up 100. Yeah, we just add it. Okay, that should be simple. So if move greater than 0, I forgot already what it was. The thing I'm looking for was o.player.x. Wait. It's not, yeah, it's o_player_x. Plus equals move times 100. So if it's a move 2, they should charge forward 2 arena spaces instantaneously. Does this work as planned? Okay, now what do I have for work? Work says, as long as you didn't on purpose, let's leave it for now. Sure. Okay. Alrighty then. So that is not of any consequence. Great. So we should be able to charge and just teleport across the arena essentially. Okay. Crashes. Variable move not set before reading. Why? If move value. Oops. Whoopsies. Because move is the internal thing. This is this. Bam. Okay, but he didn't move. Oh, but it didn't hit. Wait. Hold on. No, this should happen regardless. If hit, does this, move. Yeah, no, because the even if the attack misses, part of the goal is to move the player. O.player_x plus equals move value times 100. Okay. What is the debug thing? Shit. Show debug message is literally right there. Show debug message. Functional critic custom blah blah blah. No, this. Inconsistent name. It doesn't matter. Okay. Okay, that's not even giving me a debug message. If move value equals, oh shoot, this is a botched assignment. Why was that not crashing? Wait, that assignment was completely botched. Okay, wait, it worked, right? He closed the gap? Yeah, he does. That's sick. Okay. So I should be able to charge right into a devour immediately afterwards. Nice. Okay, cool. Wait, I thought another one of these had a move effect on it. Hold on. Move -1. Oh yeah, okay. That should still work too. Headbutt knocks the or move the player back. Oh, but we can make it move the enemy back. That's easy. That's super simple. We just do this. If move value greater than 0. If move value less than 0. Let's suppress these debug messages. This is 0 dot o dot enemy dot x plus equals the inverted move value, right? So if the move is -1. Oh, but what about if the player wants to move back? Hmm. Okay, I think for the time being, let's just remove this. So the functional difference between knocking a player back a range unit and moving yourself back a range unit is just that it looks weird on the screen if you headbutt your enemy away, but then you move backwards instead of them. But in terms of the actual outcome, it doesn't matter that much. If move value does not equal 0, that way the negative does work, because that gets the same functionality, essentially. So now we can charge, we can headbutt, and go, yeah, into zone 3, or zone 2 for the kick, or whatever. Fun. None of those attacks hit, by the way. Super fucked. That's really funny. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Burnt our entire guts bar and didn't connect once. Classic. It's a classic Monster Rancher moment. Anyway, okay, so there's moving. And then we want to do this. We want to do where is enemy stamina defined? Global.en stam rate. Uh 11 stam 10. Okay. Yes, but where do I modulate? Okay, global.pc stam and stam. Then we do step global.en stam rate, global.pc stam rate. Yeah. Okay. So this needs to be adjusted. How do I want to do that? Global.pc.stam. Global.n.stam. Yeah, we just do it that way. Yeah, these values are higher now. Probably too high. But we can just modulate this here. So this is at 120. I think just really the root values are probably a little high. It's kind of near the what max value should maybe be. Do we define the frame rate here? 60 times room speed. Right. This is our, yeah. End test, go to lobby. Sure. So 60 seconds, 60 times room speed. So we should link the stamina generation rates to that. So if the room speed, so it's, wait, 60 times room speed. Wait, how does that work? The timer, so room speed is just how many ticks there are. Wait, isn't this like, this is like 60. Oh, yes. So this is, wait. Yeah. So 60 seconds, and this is FPS. So this is frames per second times 60 seconds. The alarm is defined in terms of frames per second, not seconds. Yeah. Let's do this. I.e. FPS times 60 total frames. Yes. So if this is room speed here, this is the FPS, which is like 60. So every step, so every frame, yeah, so we want to do this divided by room speed. So every frame, we take, so if the stamina rate is 10, and the room speed is 60, every frame of this, yeah, so that would mean the stamina rate is per second. Okay. So this is twice as fast as what we had before because it was divided by 120. But we're still tinkering with this. We're just trying to set it in terms of FPS for sanity's sake. Yeah, now these numbers are rocketing up. I think these stamina rates, though, as we've defined them, are pretty high anyway. So let's do 5 and 6. Actually, let me see what 15 versus 5 looks like. Just for my own vibes. 15 is pretty good and fast. But 15 should be absurd. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do 5 and 6. I think it looks pretty good. We're working on attack functionality. Yeah. All right, so stamina gain rates are now coded in terms of FPS instead of a hard-coded value based on the FPS, which probably is technically better. Global.pc stam, global.end stam. So we want this. If attacker equals player, global.end stam minus equals global.attacks drain. So now they will lose stamina equal to whatever stamina drain there is programmed onto an attack. Player move value. Okay, so we return to the lobby if the player or the enemy is defeated. If move value is this and attacker is player. We need the version for the enemy AI that will eventually be added. I would like to just not have to come back here and make this different. So this would just be like enemy, and then we just invert it, 0 o.enemy. And then this should be minus equals because they're moving in the opposite direction. And that should be simply it. So there's that. Let's separate these out with some handy dandy spaces. Okay. Then if attacker is enemy, name stays the same, damage stays the same, attacker damage and defender. So yeah, none of this changes. The only thing that changes here is this, because these values are hard-coded. Global.pc stan, that's what it is. I assume you've seen the stuff we got up to in the last few streams on the YouTube side now. What do you mean? Seen the stuff we got up to. Oh, and this needs to be player HP. Player HP, player stam. Boom. Done. Okay. Animation time won't matter. Hit chance won't matter. Crit chance is coming from the attack, which will be defined here. Yes. Yeah, I watched them again. Well, so it depends which videos drawn about how much I actually watch what's going on in them. Is it like, was there some comments I missed or something? Because that just does happen. I think I noticed a few missing few things I forgot to respond to in the Minecraft ones. The Minecraft ones don't get like really any editing, but I do scrub through to find a good like thumbnail after the fact. What happened? What are you referring to? What events? It's also possible there's stuff that like isn't being picked up by the multi-chat correctly or something. Entirely reasonable. What did I miss? Okay, drains are done. We need cooldowns. Lots of brain rot. Oh, I might have just ignored some brain rot. Like, if people are going crazy in chat, sometimes I'm just gonna ignore that. It's also possible if there was I should see if I can replay the chat. I should compare because it's possible that there's like gifts or something that don't come through on the multi-chat. It would be good to know that actually. Whoops. Let's see here. So if I go back to the Minecraft VOD and I watch that, and I mute it because I don't want to hear myself. Pause that real quick. Also, why does this have revenue sharing turned on? Because some fucking copyright troll claimed the video. Cool. Awesome. This is why you don't do Minecraft. You went full skibbity. I feel like I should have remembered this if I noticed this happening. Do you have a good timestamp? Now I'm very curious. Chat replay on YouTube is always really, really weird too, though. Like in theory, it's open now, but yeah, I'm not getting anything on the actual YouTube chat replay. This shit's being weird. Oh, there it goes. Weird. It's like the last thing you post on the JWE stream. Okay, let me go back and look at that one. Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess I just kind of zoned out. Sometimes I'm going to do that. I'm just going to zone out on shit. How did I zone out this badly and just like I wonder actually. This is like a lot of messages I missed. I wonder if the multi-chat stopped working. Cuz this is a lot. Okay, there's like a billion messages here I didn't actually see. What the fuck? Wait. I'm actually confused as shit. Oh, yeah, I think multi-chat must have failed at some point cuz like Yeah, this was like early in the stream. I don't think I saw any messages after like the first hour. But it's in the video. Wait, how the fuck? I guess I just didn't notice the little like OBS preview that shows the chat. Huh. Because I think I remember responding to some of the early messages, but by the end of it, did that happen during Minecraft too, or was that just the JWE stream? Huh. Okay, well, I'm sorry I missed all those messages. I'm a failure of a streamer. I know I missed a few messages during the Minecraft stream just because that's like the group stream and it's really hard to like pay attention to everything going on. Did I like miss a ton of stuff in the Minecraft stream or just some stuff here and there? Because there was definitely some stuff here and there I missed. Like I missed when you showed up to the stream. It just got buried by other comments and then I didn't see it. I might need to monitor that more in general though, because if it's happened once, even on the JW2 stream, it can happen again. So then I can't trust the multi-chat, I guess. Wait, most of the stuff we had going on in the Minecraft was the Twitch chat, wasn't it? Yeah, maybe I never saw your messages. I saw them in editing. I just assumed I missed them. But now I'm wondering if maybe the multi-chat just wasn't working. But it's working now. Huh. Yeah, because the YouTube chat stays on the screen. Okay, I'll try to keep a better eye on that in future streams. Because definitely there's something weird going on there with the YouTube chat on the multi and OBS. So thank you for letting me know. Hmm. I wish I could go back and actually see what was in OBS from last time, but it's not there. I closed OBS after streaming, so the old chat log is gone, unfortunately. Hmm. Well, anyway, did I test all this? I don't remember. Let's make sure this is working. So enemy. No, we want to look at the attack dictionary for something that drains. Um, wait, there's no drain? Wait, this has a drain. Oh, I think this one here, I just missed the drain. Drain equals, I don't know, 10 maybe? How much stamina should getting eaten drain? Let's make it a 5. So the high draining move is headbutt at a 15? No, threat display at a 20. Look, it works. He's getting drained. I mean, I'm getting drained too, but okay, cool. All right, stamina draining works. Okay, let's think about how to handle cooldowns. So I think let's look at the actual in game here. So I think the idea would be that these buttons change when they're on cooldown. How would I do that? Hmm. We would want like an icon, probably. Ooh, could I do You were creating your favorite scene from Jurassic World, the flyers attacking Main Street. It's a hard one to do. I guess you just well, hard to do if you're working really hard at it, I guess. Otherwise, you can just release some pterosaurs and watch them eat some people. But it's hard to build Main Street in general. There's so much going on Main Street, and then like with the amenities and JW2 being carbon copies of each other, you can't really make them look that differently from each other. Kind of a problem we had in our current one. How I need to think of how to do this. Do an icon for this. Maybe like we would do like a little clock icon and then have it like progress. Maybe. Ooh, I could do like an animation maybe. Maybe. Let's think about this. If we so where are my assets at? DR assets. Okay, don't do that. Windows, you suck. Okay, let's just do this. Maybe I can steal somebody's like animation set. That might work. As a placeholder. Yeah, those raptors got destroyed. Okay, I'm gonna look for an asset online to just steal. Ooh, maybe we can just find like a GIF. Okay, let's save this. I can see the matrix. Oh god, that's so many frames. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've seen some of the theories about one of the other raptors surviving or whatever. I think I think in the script it's like very explicit that they're all dead though, and there's just like a scene they never filmed or cut for like one of the death scenes that just ends up being kind of ambiguous otherwise. Something like that. I don't remember. It's been a while since I watched Jurassic World. I need to rewatch Dominion actually before I finish Chaos Theory because I don't remember enough about the sequence of events to make any reasonable comments on it. Let's add a new window here. So here's what I'm doing. I've got this little clock that I've stolen from the internet. And it's got all these different frames, right? And I'm thinking I can turn this into a cooldown tracker. But now, the more I think about it, the less certain I am of this. Let's see. If it starts... So yeah, I think if we just keep 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 frames, then we kill... Wait. Yeah, this is the last one we keep. 7 frames. We'll kill this. Oops. Uh, yeah. Okay. So now there's the background. Wait, which looks like this. How in the hell? Okay. What is this? Why is there a selection box there? I don't understand. Well, anyway. Where's that coming from? Oh, is that this top one? Oh, it is. These are all different sizes. Oh, that's weird and gross, and I hate that. Why did they do it that way? I didn't realize all the sub images were different sizes. Wait. Okay, this is going to be like really annoying to make this work the way I envision it. Okay, so the easier thing to do is just make our own frames. So we just do this. We just forget all these. These all suck. We take this. Matches are 60 seconds. We... Let's see. Let's grab this. Let's do this. Let's do this. So if we say that this is when it's ready, maybe. And if we do wait, how many degrees in an hour? 12 over 360, right? Wait, no, but I want to rotate this by sorry, yeah, 360 over 12. Duh. Yeah, so the 30 degrees, duh, obviously. I don't know why that was not obvious to me initially. It should have been. You have a question. What is it, Landon Hendricks? Shoot. So if we do this, and we make this, let's make this transparent. Hmm. Why are those misaligned with each other? Oh, because like the shape is not symmetric. Well, that's annoying. Okay, new plan, new plan. New plan? Who wins in a fight, Superman or Lucifer? Neither, because they're both fictional characters. Okay, let's just export this as frame one. So this is the first frame for when it's ready to be used. And then we just do this is such a really bad clock. Just like the style here kind of sucks. Like what are these? None of these markers are aligned with anything. Um okay, I am gonna what if we do let's do this. Let's do this. We put this one on top and then we just do make it all translucent. That's too extreme. Kind of sucks, but like it's probably okay. Except we need this background gone. Okay. So frame one we need to redo, but that's fine. So we do this. We do okay. Yeah, let's do this. Let's just do export as frame two. And then yeah, I did animations as separate frames. Okay. We'll just keep rotating in 30-degree increments. Wait. Oh, it rotated the selected layer. Okay. Oops. These are back. Damn corners. God damn it. Not this again. Okay, we do that. There, transform. Arbitrary. 30. I picked like the worst freaking clock to base this off of. This clock is so shit. Look how unaligned it is now. We'll clean it up on a second pass. It's also going to be small. It doesn't really matter that much. Frame 8. What the hell did I click? Must have done... Wait, can I just leave this open? Wait, what the hell? What the fuck is happening? Wait. Okay, that did... Something went weird there. I don't know why. Okay, for some reason, it just throws a warning that it's making a very large thing. I don't understand why that one would be extra large. Very weird. Anyway, look how pixelated and horrible it's getting. This is very funny. Also, I can just click on the image because it remembers I'm doing rotations. Transform. Wait, should that have been... No, I started on 1. Okay, that's fine. Frame 12. Let's clear that crap. Okay, so starting on frame 2. Bring this back. Let's make this... Nope. Why did that make that gray? Excuse me? Why in the world does that make that gray? Where does that even come from? What? Foreground color fill. Background color fill? That's white. So why does the foreground think it's like grayscale? How did I accidentally grayscale it? What? What? I don't know what I did. Okay, well, anyway. Disaster strikes. Let's reopen the image editor. When in doubt, close it down, start over. It's still gray. I don't understand. I don't understand. Yeah, the pencil is gray too. But that's green. Wait, what the fuck? Why is only red gray? What? What? Wait, that's gray too. But that's green? What? How did I do this? I am so fucking confused right now. I have no idea what I've done in the image editor. Opacity? Did that? No, that's just how deep of a gray it is. What have I done? I don't know when I changed it. That's why I can't undo it, is I don't know when I fucking did this. I don't know how I did this. Switch to another group of modes. Mode normal. I had to have hit something when I was doing something. What if I do background fill? But then I change the background color. Still gray. Fuck me. How in the world? I don't understand. Lock? Lock pixels, position size, lock alpha channel. How have I done this? What if I do a new layer? That's still gray on the new layer. How the fuck, bro? It's got to be a setting I tripped inside GIMP. And I don't know where that would have been. Oh my god. What if I do this? No. How have I done this? This is so aggravating. Okay, that's not it. Mode normal. Fill transparent areas? That shouldn't make a difference. That shouldn't be responsible for it being like weirdly grayscaled. Why? Why is it fucking gray? Color indexed image. Look at the mode of your brush or your layer. What the fuck is the mode? Where the fuck is that? Color tag? What does that do? Edit layer attributes. Mode normal. Image mode. Indexed. Well, what does that mean? Oh my god, how did it what even is indexed? What the fuck? That was it. Somehow this was changed to wait. Yeah, to indexed. Why is it yellow? Wait, what? Oh, that's because the opacity is down, right? Yeah, okay. Never mind. That's fine. Okay, resolved, technically. Okay, so let's clean this up a little bit. So let's just do... Thank you for figuring that out. I don't know why that was the worst shit ever, but it was. Okay. Overwriting frame 2. There had to be a hotkey for that shit that I tripped on accident when I was trying to like consolidate layers. We need to fix this one up real quick. This needs to be translucent for the thing. Oh god, it's doing indexed again. Why? What? Okay, that's just because this is doesn't have an alpha channel. There we go. Okay, so it seems to me that it's like saved as that in every one of these, which sucks ass. Yeah, they're all show as indexed. Yeah, Butterfingers, indeed. True, accurate. Oh, because it's on background fill now. Oh my god, dude. Okay, but which red is right? Fuck. Doesn't matter. So if I don't change these, okay, yeah. So if, just as long as I leave the old one open, it actually is better. This should be frame 4 though. Right. Oh, it's doing. Ah! It's got a double ring on it. I hate that the mode is somehow saved in the fucking PNG. That's so aggravating. Okay, well, anyway, it's mostly working. Yeah, image mode, yeah. Oh god. Oh my god. I hate it. Okay. This was not supposed to take this long. This was supposed to be just make a quick, dirty cooldown image, port it in the game, and then worry about making it work. But it turned into a whole ordeal making the image itself. And I don't even know how the cooldown mechanic's going to work in the engine, which is really funny. Okay, frame 7's kind of cursed because this is completely offset. I don't know how I'm even supposed to make that work. Maybe we don't worry about it. We just do that and say good enough. Fuck frame 7. Everybody hates frame 7. All right, frame 8. Also, these are in like. Well, it's fine. I'm going to say they're in the wrong order, but it doesn't really matter. Mode RGB, you become red, then we move in here, and then we do pencil to red, and then we shave off this corner because it looks weird. No, we leave that because who cares? Yeah, no, that stays, actually. Yeah. Because the center bar was the one that doesn't move, so the center bar is the one that should never change. Um, so these ones actually, since these don't have the offset in the same direction as the other ones, these we can kind of just do. I guess we need one more frame. So I guess we'll do a frame 13. All right, let's get, that's enough of that. All right, so back to GameMaker. So we want to make a new sprite. Create a sprite. Wait, how do we make this one? S attack anim 3 frames. I don't know. Animation curve, I guess. Blah 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 blah. No. Delete that. Okay, I guess it was just a regular sprite. Oh, yeah, we just did like a multi import and it worked. Okay. Now the problem is these are actually in completely the wrong order. Because we probably wanted to animate from the moment the attack is clicked. And so we've done it inverted actually completely. We should have had the little green slice start to count up, but whatever. I fucked it. It's fine. It's a placeholder. God, that's hideous. That's so ugly. It's so shit. All right. So on this, did we set anything that actually made this FPS 3 frames per second? FPS 30 frames per second. Here's the problem. We want this to be variable. Okay, let's just set this to be 13 FPS for now because there's 13 frames. Okay, let's create an object. Sprite is cooldown. On create. Okay, so can we set sprite FPS? Setting frame rate when drawing sprites. Image speed, built-in variable. This variable determines the speed at which GameMaker will cycle through the sub-images for the current sprite. 1 being default, setting it to 0.5 will half the animation speed. Okay, so if I do, can I just do it here? Can I just do it like this? If we go to the lobby, and I just put this in here, what happens? 1. Okay. What if, okay, let's make a duplicate. Let's make this 2. On the duplicate, put the duplicate in the lobby. Okay, shit. Okay. I hate that it's off-centered. That bugs me so much. Okay, great. So we can just control it there. So next question, how do we start and stop an image? Presumably we can just set this to 0. Wait. Yeah, okay. So if we do this, start it on green. Then it turns red, and then it recycles all the way back to green. Okay, let's actually go back here. If we set this image speed to 0, does this just work? Lobby. Get our clocks going. Okay, yeah, 6. So we can lock it on the first frame by just modulating the speed of the sprite. Perfect. Okay. I will be right back, then we'll actually implement these. So step 1's going to be just to like get the attacks to talk to the cooldown buttons. So we got to look at our object layout, create. Let's okay, yeah, no, starting this at 0 is fine. Yeah. 100, 600, 10. Okay, we're generating the icon. I think we just want to, let's just scale it in general. Wait, how do I, here? Nope. Aspect ratio. Oh god. It's so pixelated. Okay, that's a little too much. I undo. Okay. Let's do 50. Okay. Let's make sure this is applying to every frame. Oops, I didn't want to do the bug check. Okay. Yeah, debugger can leave. Okay, so that works. Let's leave the speed running for now. It's a little too big still. Let's do, hold on. Whatever. Okay, that works for me. So now we want to do the positioning. $100, $300, $500, $100. Okay. 600 to 650. So do we want to just 100, 300, 500, 100? So this should be like 250. Almost. 200. 230. Pretty good. 240. Okay, 40 is a little too far. 235. So plus 135. Sure. Oops. All right, that'll work for a placeholder cooldown icon. So the next thing to do here, let's just go to, okay, so this knows what attack it is. So this is being fed name. So we just go here. Image speed equals, let's leave it to 0, and then let's do, this would be name dot cd. No. Name is being passed as a string. Right? Yes, we need this. This same thing here applies to this. So that's the internal attack name. Then we get the cooldown value from the attack dictionary, which is called cooldown. So we just go here. We do this. Cost becomes cooldown. Okay. So the speed should be with 13 FPS, 13 frames. So if the cooldown value is in seconds. So let's do this. Comment. So if it is 1 second, we want image speed equals 1. So this already works. Or does it have to be 1 over? Let's just test this. Okay, so the fastest cooldowns are very fast. So yeah, these are it's 1 over. Kick is interesting because it's no cooldown, so it should be permanently green, but it's moved by 1 frame and then stopped, which is unexpected. Don't know why that is, but we can fix it. Okay. So now we have to link this to the actual action of the attack button. How do we want to link that? We want to add event. We want this to be step. So every frame, that's where we want this. It should be created at 0, and then every frame, we need to do some sort of check. This doesn't need to be done every frame. I don't know. It's probably not like remotely relevant for the sake of code efficiency to move it, but we'll move it. So this fetches the image speed if the condition is met. So we need some sort of if condition to trigger this. So these change the way they're drawn based on range. So these don't talk to each other. What if Hmm. I also need to link them together for multi-slot attacks, which will have the same cooldown. So these are the slots these attacks are in. Oh, I already did this. I already put a cooldown checker in here. So global.pc.cooldowns. So we do hold on. Global.pc.cooldowns. These are 0. Global.pc.cooldowns, name to cooldown, same, well, name 2, but not that. How do I want to handle this? Okay, I think I can envision it. I think so this exists for a particular attack. We get the current CD. If current CD is greater than 0, now we set the speed to whatever the cooldown value is. Let's make sure this works. Well, this is just going to be 0. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we want current CD to update when the attack is clicked. So now we got to get the attacks to update that global value. So we do this in the attack function, probably. Yes. So in the attack function, let's just do it right here. Oh, actually, let's nest this inside inside here. If player That's not right. What was it? Was it global.pc? Okay. My terminology is already getting inconsistent. Global.pc.cooldown name equals global.attacks name cooldown. That should be it. That should get them to talk to each other. So if we go here, start the battle, we get in range, we click a button, game crashes. Why? Variable.cooldown not set. Resolve attack. Line 35. Okay. Oh, it's cooldowns with an S. Whoops. We'll do it. Okay. Get in range. Click the charge. Animation happens. Timer does not change. Okay. Yeah. Cooldowns name 2 equals global attacks name 2 cooldown. Well, kick doesn't have a cooldown, but charge does. So, why does that not happen? Every step, if current CD greater than 0, update the image speed. Is that a debug? A debug message? Okay, so these are all zeros. I go and hit charge. Charge is updated to 10. Okay, so oh, it's happening. Wait, did I just miss it before? Oh, it missed. The attack missed and the cooldown didn't implement. Yeah. No, that worked correct. Because I put it inside the accuracy check. So it's not going on cooldown if the attack misses. Yeah. Okay, so this is correct, but can't be here. Oops. Yeah, no, that's right. Let's just copy it. Then we'll need the enemy AI. I don't think is defined, right? Maybe I did define it already. Cooldowns. Wait. Okay, yeah, no, it is defined. Global.end.cooldowns. Yeah, okay. Okay, we just duplicate this shit and invert. Attacker is enemy. This becomes EN. Sloppy, but it works. It's functionally fine. Verify that this is correct. Now, if charge misses, should still do the thing. Well, it hit. That one hit. I'm just going to kill this guy. I'm going to land every attack, and he's just going to die. Okay, that missed and went on cooldown. Perfect. Great. Great. Cool. Okay, so it's not actually on cooldown because it is fully spammable. So now we want to do we do this. So the handling of whether or not an attack can occur is handled in the button. So we do left released, blah 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 blah, if range, if global, if attacking. Check distance, check range. If you have the PC, if you have the stamina. And global.pc cooldown name 2 name 2. So if this is 0 specifically, this should work. So this will currently lock every attack to be unusable after the first time. But that's fine because we're working piecemeal towards the full implementation of cooldowns. That way, if we bug anything out, we know what we broke. We don't have to go back and check dozens of lines of code in different places. I'd rather take a little extra time to do it right. So now this is on cooldown. This should never work again. Yeah, my stamina's not going down even after the thing goes. It never, okay, cool. So it's disabled. So the next step is to go to the cooldown timer here. We're already controlling the speed of the clock image in here. We might as well control the timer cooldown itself as well. So first things first, let's suppress this debug message. This doesn't matter. So every step, let's start. Like a timer. Timer is 0. If current CD is greater than 0, timer plus equals 1. So every FPS, once the cooldown's been clicked, the timer will increment. Now, that means that's going to be per frame, so that is not good. But if we go to here, so room speed, one over room speed. If room speed is... Wait. Wait, how does room speed work again? Fuck. This is 60 times room speed. But that the alarm works differently. I mean, we can essentially think of room speed as equaling 1. 60 FPS, room speed equals 1, sorta. So if I do 1 over 1, that's just 1, obviously. Wait, I'm not sure that... Oh my god. I could just do it the sloppy way and not care about what the room speed is, but it could cause problems if it increments weirdly. Yeah, actually, because then if it like lags, it messes everything up. So let's just see what the timer is. Fuck it. Okay, I think it's correct right now. Hold on. Let me run this again. I think 1 over room speed is actually right. Right, because the timer, the alarm is set in terms of FPS. So if yeah, I think this makes sense actually. Okay, yeah, so that's like 10 seconds for charge to reset. I guess after the animation is played? I haven't considered that. Should the cooldown actually be before or after the animation? The animation finishes before this finishes updating, but the timer starts running early. Interesting. Why is that? If current CD is greater than 0, timer plus equals 1 over room speed. Wait, they should be happening at the same time. Because the image speed is updated here. Am I going crazy? Let me look at this again. No, it's pretty much right, I think. Okay, sure. So the timer increments by 1 every second. So if current CD greater than 0, timer plus equals this. This all happens, and we go if timer greater than or equals the cooldown. Right? Yeah. And then we just reset the timer to 0 here. Timer equals 0. Reset the cooldown to 0. And it should work again. That should be all it takes to do the cooldowns. Oh my god, just like that. It's that easy. Kill him! Kick his ass. Kick him all day long. He's almost dead. Get him. That one looked like it went off prematurely. Maybe not. Let's back him into the corner and smash devour a bunch of times and watch this. No, it's about right. So one of the downsides of the Carnotaurus, no spammable moves in the front slot, which is by design. Kick is his only spammable move. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, you can click it, apparently, as much as you want. Interesting. That shouldn't work. That shouldn't work. Wait. Okay, why can I spam click it? Next question. Why can he just turbo kick? Left released. Global PC not attacking is true. If global blah, blah, if cost and name. Ah, I see the problem. Oops. Global.pc attacking equals false. So presumably we were able to spam attacks during other attacks. So now this should not work. It still spams. Why? Okay. Is this true? Oh, because I didn't update the other slots. That's why. Because there's 3 attack slots, so I need to update all 3 ranges. Duh. Okay, there we go. Now we should be able to not spam kick. So that's the default. Yeah, so it's not spamming. It's just kick is inherently spammable. We should also not be able to... Yeah, we can't. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh yeah, and look at the both slots counting down. Wait, why is it still counting down? Uh-oh. Wait, why does that one not... Wait, did charge actually properly reset? Oh, no, yeah, it does keep animating. Okay, wait, but wasn't I able to charge again? Oh, so, oh, I know what it is. The speed is not going back to 0. Everything else works. If timer greater than cooldown, yeah, we just need to do image speed equals 0. Start display. Why did they desync now? Oh, because they're, I see. Because they're animating separately. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, so we do this. If this is 0, image speed 0. Okay, they're synced, but they're stopping one slice short. Which is because the timer... Okay, we click the attack. That updates the cooldown on the code. This fetches the cooldown. Also should make sure. Okay, no other messages. Oh, also should check work messages. No other work messages. Brilliant. Okay, so yes, the thing goes on cooldown. This finds that the current cooldown is greater than 0. It starts a timer. The timer counts up by 1/60th. Image speed is set based on the cooldown. If the timer equals or exceeds, then it freezes. I guess we're just missing it by point, like a fraction, and we just do this and it works. And then I don't worry about the discrepancy because who cares? If you're getting punished by 1/60th, like one frame. No, it still does it. Is it the animation speed should be different? Is that what it is in the sprite? 13 instead of 13 frames, it should be 12. That doesn't feel right. So 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to 10 to 11 to 12. No, that's where it's stopping now. Setting it to 12 frames per second would just make it stop in the other direction. Why would this not be correct? Okay. Is this true for every attack? Weird. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we just find a way to reset. Starting sprites from first frame and step event. Do it when you change the sprite. Uh, hmm. Okay, let's figure out what is happening here exactly. Before we go making changes to the frame rates or anything, let's just figure out why this doesn't work the way we would expect it to. So if we put the debug message for the timer in here, whenever we click a move, we should see what the final timer value is. 4.98 on threat display. And if we go to the, I assume that's a 5-second move. Cooldown 5 seconds, but it's 4.98 in the code. Why? Current CD. Execution order issue? Okay, hold on. Here, let's check this. So we do a threat display. Comes off cooldown in 5 seconds. We do another one. Wait. Why did that not... Wait, why is that spammable? So, like, it's partially spammable. This is scuffed as fuck. 4.95-second cooldown? Wait, what the fuck? Okay, I also have another debug message. Just getting in my way. I just get a bunch of zeros coming from somewhere. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't work. Okay, hold on. Nothing happening here. As soon as I enter the main battle loop, that's where I start getting the debug message. So it's got to be somewhere. It's like a step message. Show debug message test. That's not showing up. I think I found it already. Debug message for ABC. Okay, so what is this weird behavior now? So I hit threat display. Oh, am I sneaking it in? Am I sneaking in on the 0 timer? I think so. That's why I can do it back to back. I'm also still getting debug messages spamming me with zeros from somewhere. Probably. Actually, would have said it's probably in here, but I'm not seeing. I don't see it. Maybe not. Hmm. This is teaching me that I'm gonna need to do some more shit with these debug messages and keep better track of them. Add some sort of useful hint to tell me where they're coming from if I end up with them polluting my screen. Because this one is driving me nuts. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know where it's coming from. There's not that many objects. It should be findable, and yet I can't get it. Well, anyway. Unless it's like, I don't think it would be coming from the room somewhere. No. Well, I'm just missing it. It's somewhere in here and I'm just not seeing it. Well, anyway, let's go back to the problem here. So currently, you can click the attack button. Seemingly fast enough. Just sneak an extra attack in somehow. Somehow. I don't even know how that's possible. Without PC attacking, true. Yeah, because if current time greater than real time, attacking equals false. Why is that? Seemingly this condition's not being met. Global.pc attacking. If global PC stam greater than cost and cooldown is at 0, and PC.attacking equals false. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know why it's spammable. Is it true for everything? Also, doesn't seem true on the first swing. Which means it's got to be something related to how it resets. Wait, that one I couldn't spam. Wait, also, did it go properly all the way through? Wait, what? Yeah, threat display works, but why? I don't understand. How come I can seemingly only spam threat display? Okay. The cooldown's consistently showing 4.95 for the subsequent swings. First one's 4.98. Wait, what the fuck is happening? It's so hard for me to keep track too because of the excess debug message. If this is this. I'm definitely sneaking the extra swing in there because I get the debug message, which means this is still 0. I just don't know how that's possible. Let's look at our script. Hit. So we generate these values. We create the animation. Well, wait, how is it? How is it not? It shouldn't matter. Nothing in here should be affecting that. The problem is that this script is firing sequentially twice, like in general. That just shouldn't be happening. There's no point in looking inside because that just doesn't explain it. Is it okay? So left released. Is it like a delay on this somehow? How can that be true? This should be quick enough that like it can't sneak in. Let's see if we can see what happens to our stamina. So 52 animation plays. 64, 49. So the stamina drops are happening in time with the animation, which makes sense. And right before that, it should be setting player attacking equals true. I didn't miss something here. I don't need the absolute equals to, do I? Oh, I might. Yeah, okay. This might be it. This might not be properly checking the logic. Might be some weird behavior there. Nope, still doubled. Fuck. Also, the timer was 4.97 that time. Shit. Shitting and fucking. It doesn't not work. Why is it the worst? Is it uniquely connected to that one being in 2 slots somehow? Because it didn't seem like we could spam anything else. But how would that do it? I don't even know how that would be possible. Paralytic Bite is fast too, but the cooldown's long. Yeah, it's only that move that does it for some reason. That is baffling to me. So how is it only threat display that causes this glitch? How can that be? Or it could be an issue with the medium range. Because the other one is inherently spammable anyway. Yeah, I don't know. These all look the same. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, it's a non-damaging move. It's got to be something connected to it being a non-damaging move. That's got to be it. Because it's a non-damaging move. Something in the attacks. Somewhere, yeah. Somewhere there's like if attack damage, like an attack damage check. If range, resolve. Is there? That's like the unique thing about it. Base damage is flagged as 0. If we go to the script, if attacker's player, if his greater than hit chance. Wait. It just doesn't matter. Wait, is this move doing damage? No. Which makes sense. Yeah, I don't have anything in here to account for non-damaging moves. It's just that the damage calc formula will just get zeroed out inherently. 0 plus 0. 0. What the fuck? Um, okay. Okay. I need to find that debug message. I need to get rid of that shit. I just have to find it. It has to be gone. It has to be excised. Wait, maybe this is like printing its own debug message. Nope. So I missed that there. Wait, maybe this syntax. So we know this works. Maybe the logic matters. Oh my god, I zoomed everything weirdly. Um, this shouldn't matter, but maybe I misunderstand something about how GameMaker handles its internal logic. I still don't know why that would only affect. So like this is twofold, right? Why is threat display the only thing affected? Actually, it's threefold. Why does it only happen after the first swing? And why doesn't this logic stop it? There's too many fucking zeros being spit out in the terminal for me to parse. Fuck. Okay, I have one other thought here. Um, so the threat display gets spammed. Can I spam another move though? Well, kick is not. Okay, wait, yeah, so we do this. We do threat display straight into. No, the problem is only that you do back to back threat displays. It doesn't matter that you can go into another move immediately. That's fine. That's accepted. Um, I am mystified. Nothing makes any sense. Debug message test. Draw self room, go to lobby. Fuck me. Where is this goddamn error message coming from? I mean, it's not even an error message. It's just a terminal printout that's fucking polluting my goddamn stuff. It should be so fucking easy to see, and I cannot see it. Does this work between... No. 2 errors. Where? Excuse me? Whatever. Oh, this is driving me insane, dude. I don't know where this is coming from. I think I need to stop. I think we just need to end because I don't know why I'm going insane. Threat display. Damage 0, hit 100. Is it an issue with 100 hit? Shouldn't be. I feel like it's a frame rate issue. Wait, it almost certainly is. But why is it only this move? Something with the animation time? I don't know why. It being in multiple slots and the attacks don't update? Wait, hold on. Okay, but I can't. Consistently spammable twice, but not in slot 3 ever? Hold on. Let's not click it in slot 3 ever. If we go into slot 2, click it. Doesn't spam the first time. Does spam the second time. The issue's in the cooldown. No. Maybe? So we create two instances of the cooldown. Every step they update. They fetch, using the name of the move, they fetch the current cooldown. If the current cooldown is greater than 0, the timer increments. If the timer is equal to global attack's name cooldown, then the timer goes to 0. And the cooldown resets to 0. When the cooldown resets to 0, it shows the debug message, the timer. It sets the image speed to 0. Wait, how am I seeing the debug message timer multiple times? This is triggering specifically because the cooldown is at 0. This message doesn't show. Does that work? Oh, shit. The zeros were coming, the call was coming from inside the house. The zeros were coming from this cooldown thing, I think. Yeah, because it's being displayed for every button. Yeah, okay. That's why I was going insane. Because this was being shown for everything. Oh, God, okay. Yeah, because the other cooldowns are already at 0 by default. Okay, well, anyway, timer. So we should probably just put this here. I actually want this to be useful. Fuck. Okay. I definitely need to stop because that took me way too long to realize it was the same timer. Okay, so that is not giving me time info. That doesn't... T equals and then timer does not actually return that. But it is telling me that the only place it's coming from is from there. Right, and that's always going to return 0 because it's just been set to be 0. Wait. Wait. Timer is the cooldown. Is the if the image speed to 0 check wrong? No, because it's all set in the same spot. I don't understand. It shouldn't matter which variable I check here, just that I check a variable to set this to be this. Okay, so there's like a delay. Too much is going on in the step? But why would it only affect this one? That's what I don't get. Nothing else is spammable. This goes on cooldown. I'm cooked. I'm done. It's over. I can't figure out why one specific attack can be spammed. Okay. No, I got it. I got it. No, I got it. Because there's two separate instances of this step happening because it's on two buttons. That's it. That's what it is. They're running concurrently. Which is why you can sneak in a second one because the two cooldowns aren't talking to each other quite right. Yes, okay, that's it. How do I fix that? Wait, how is that it though? That's got to be part of it. That's definitely what's happening here. Okay, so the step happens for each button, each object. It sees that it's 0. Oh fuck. How do I parse this? Okay. I know what the fundamental problem is, I think. I think the problem really is that we put this code in the timer object, and we probably just shouldn't do that. So if we move this, current CD is greater than 0, starts the timer. So if I put this under the attack button, no, that still doesn't work because that's still any problem that's inherent to duplication of the cooldown tracker is going to be inherent to the duplication of the buttons. So what I should do is have how to handle the cooldowns. Okay. Yeah, we don't handle the cooldowns here. We handle them in the dinosaur, in the sprite, the main player sprite, I guess, object. And then this just updates based on what happens there. Let's take this. We go to the player. Put this here. So this doesn't currently know. No, this doesn't. Shit. This doesn't work as it exists. Because it needs to then handle every attack. Okay, let's think about this. So if this is if this is getting duplicated, everything here is duplicated. This thing's local current CD. Every step, the local version of current CD is set to this global value. It fetches what is in this global, sets it for the local parameter. Then it says if it's greater than 0, I need to start a timer. It starts the timer based on the room speed. This thing sets its image speed. Then based on the cooldown value. And then it checks if the timer at this point has reached the value of the cooldown. And if so, timer is set to 0. hold on. Timer is set to 0. Global cooldown value is set to 0. Should I set current CD equals 0 here? Does this matter in some way for something else? I don't think so. It shouldn't matter, but like... Then it says if this is 0, if this condition is met, after this check if the current CD is greater than 0. If so, do this stuff. But then if this is 0, freeze the image. This is not a problem because this doesn't control anything else. This is the problem. Should I not be... I probably shouldn't reference a local version of this. It shouldn't matter. This shouldn't be relevant. Why would it matter? So I don't know why I do this. Can you back away from me so I can start display again, please, sir? Yeah, let's chase him down so he backs off. Then we back the fuck off. Yeah, so it is double spammable in the same slot. Why? But why? Dude, I've invented like 6 different reasons why this is bugged and none of them are correct. Every time I think of, oh, I get it, it's not, it doesn't actually make sense. Holy shit. Welcome to programming. It's definitely got to be connected to the multiple buttons. Because it's only happens with that move. It's not connected to it not being a damaging move. That doesn't fucking matter. None of the speeds of anything in the timers is unique. Like uniquely fast or slow for this move. I still don't know why the other safety check didn't stop it though. See, that's the bigger thing that bothers me. We weren't able to spam a different move, right? Well, it doesn't matter because... Right. Wait. Let's do... Let's do this. Back the fuck off. So every time that was clicked, it was at 0. Global.pc.cooldown, name2, 0. So this check didn't function. Okay, wait, so this isn't being properly updated somehow. Cooldowns? Wait a second. No, cooldowns. Cooldowns name2. Global.pc.cooldowns name2. Global.pc.cooldowns name2. Okay, so let's show the debug message for what this value is right before it's set to 0. It's not. Okay, these are being thrown at really weird times. Wait, if timer equals global attacks name2 cooldown. Wait, what? These always show 5. I don't understand. I'm reaching understanding. I'm sneaking the button press in between timer readouts. Yeah, one expires before the other, and I can push that button real quick in between. But why does that not get blocked by the other code? Yeah. Okay. So the first one sets it to 0. I hit it again and then it works. And this showed 0 every time I hit it. So the if check is correct. Yeah, no, this is functioning completely correctly. Because the animation's not looping during the attack. The problem is that after the animation finishes, I can click it again right away. But how? Why? That's the problem. The fundamental problem, global.pc.cooldowns is 0. The cooldown is set to 0 twice. The condition is duplicated, and I'm sneaking in the additional button press in between the conditions. Right? Yes. It's like a straight fucking hair. Get out of my goddamn face. So global PC.cooldown, this becomes 0 current. So this happens here. And then the other one triggers, or is in the process of triggering. What if I just do this? Like, is that actually, does that actually make a functional difference? How do these step through the effect? No, it's still spammable. Two of them update. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Let's count events. I use this once. We get one readout. I get one like instantly, and then I get the second one. Like delayed when it should happen. Wait. So that one happens on the correct timer. This one happens like instantly. And then I sneak this one in. And then this one correctly shows the cooldown timer. So the second attack is cooling down instantly, essentially. Why is that? Because it's beating the punch. Beating the attack to the punch or whatever. Oh, and the timer gets set to 0. Yeah. The timer gets set to 0 and the cooldown is set to 0. So this if condition is met again. Okay, I see the issue. So that what is happening is this if condition, right? When we set cooldown to be back to 0 and we set timer back to 0, this triggers on the second button. Hold on. When we do the first one, does the cooldown actually start for both? Yeah. And then when we do this, the cooldown doesn't start till the second swing. So how do we fix this? We do this. If timer is this and timer does not equal 0. Is that it? Nope, that's not it. How the fuck? Oh, right, because this has to be higher than 0 here. Wait. Oh, but the timer increments. So this timer is never 0. This particular check, this is never 0. This is not the bug. Fuck me. No. No. Wait. Is this the bug? Here? If this value is greater than 0. Ooh, I think it's... Yeah, it is definitely cross chatter, right? So like if we hit this, let's not cheat, right? We do this. The cooldown goes, progresses, it progresses, it progresses. Boom, we get one instance of the output. Because this one specific timer, only one of these has progressed. Now we do another one. We instantly get a timer even if I don't spam. And yeah, the cooldown is never registered. It's not that we're spamming the move, it's that the cooldown's not registering on the second click. But you would think with the way the code is written, we'd be seeing multiple instances. No, because one of these is putting it to 0. So one step hits, forces the cooldown to 0. Okay, hold on. So we click the button, right? The cooldown is assigned a value that's non-zero. Then the step looks at it. The step happens for one of these. It sees the cooldown is non-zero. So it processes all this stuff. It increments its timer. Sets the image speed. This happens for both, because this is happening multiple times. Okay, so both timers are incrementing. One timer reaches the cooldown value before the other by like a frame, right? Then that timer resets to 0. The other one doesn't. That's the problem, right? That's why one completes instantly afterwards. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so only one of these timers resets to 0 at a time. Then the next one on the next frame resets to 0. That's why we get the double debug messages. And then the cooldown immediately resets to 0. Wait. Timer 0. So, okay. So what we want to do is specifically make the timer... Fuck. Is that the problem? I mean, it's definitely why the error messages or the debug messages show twice. Because each step is triggering sequentially instead of simultaneously, essentially. Which makes sense. Then 2 messages are being sent to set the cooldown to 0, which shouldn't really matter, right? I don't know if this bug actually is relevant. Let me think about this again in game. So this starts the timers. This works. Yeah, so we only get one error message. So the other one, hold on. So what is happening here currently? We only, the debug message happens once. This is set to 0. This timer is still incrementing. greater than or equals to? No, it's still spammable. Why? Timer. No, because the timer freezes. Okay, wait. Yeah, I see it. I see it. The timer is frozen. This timer is this timer freezes 1 frame. On the second button, this timer freezes 1 frame away from triggering. Which means the next time the button's hit, it triggers instantly. Yeah. Why doesn't that change the image speed? Oh, because the image speed goes back to 0 before it has time to change. Right, because it's 1 frame, but it only changes 1/13. It changes, it's 13 FPS, so it doesn't notice the change of 1 frame because it's 13 frames per second. So this is 1/60th of a change, which doesn't actually show in the sprite. That's why we don't ever see the cooldown change. Yeah. We got it. How do we fix it? One is free, so one resets, the other one has 1 frame to go. You don't know how to fix it without making a more substantial adjustment to the timer. Interesting. Yeah, I see the problem. So if I make the timer a global variable, it ticks twice as fast. So that's not it either. Also, they should have their own. Well, I mean, we can give them their own timers. We can just put the timers in here in the same data structure. All right, we're going to stick a pin in this. We'll come back to this bug later. We're going to